Committee on Finance will come to order this morning. We have the Department of Education, the State Librarian, Stacy Aldrich, here with us. This morning, in addition to Department of Education, we will also have Department of Taxation, and we will close this morning with the University of Hawaii. We also have budget hearings this afternoon starting at 1:30 with Department of Public Safety, then Department of Human Resources Development, and closing up with Department of Transportation. So with that, welcome everyone. And I wanted to wish you a Happy New Year, and thank you for joining us this morning, Librarian. Go ahead.
Aloha, thank you, Chair Luke. Happy New Year to everyone. It's nice to see you in a modified Brady Bunch mode this morning for our budget session. I'm Stacy Aldridge, I'm the State Librarian, and I have with me Mallory Fujitani, who's the Special Assistant to the State Library.
Good morning.
Thank you for this opportunity to share information about the Hawaii State Public Library System's budget. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to thank the staff in our 51 branches on 6 islands and our support staff for their dedication and flexibility during the pandemic. I appreciate all their care and effort, including having to learn new safety protocols, shifting services, including library takeout, so people can place an order and pick up at the door. We've had over 107,000 pickups since May of this past year. And also having to do work differently. Our libraries have become like mini warehouses, taking in orders and processing a lot of material to deliver to people who really want to read, who continue to want to learn. And I want to thank them for, despite their fear and despite their concerns, they continue to serve our communities, and we're better for that. So thank you to them. What this pandemic has taught us more than ever is that people need access and they need our libraries. When we closed our doors, our physical doors in March, we sought to improve our digital library, to keep our digital library doors open. If we look at ebooks, it's amazing. We increased the number of ebooks that were available, and we are one of 65 libraries in the United States that had a circulation of over 1 million ebooks in 2020. We also look to increase the types of resources available to families, adding Canopy, which are streaming media. So award-winning movies, educational opportunities, shows for kids like Sesame Street, and great courses that you can take. Since just July, we've had 142,000 users use this service and watch over 30,000 videos. You might be interested to know the most popular video is "Don't Let the Pigeon Drive the Bus," which I think is because we have so many families who are using Canopy. We also found during the pandemic that just having human beings on the other end of a phone line was really important. Our Hawaii State Library continued to stay open and answer questions throughout the times that we were closed, and they continue to. But just from March to May, they answered 8,128 questions. And that's just a short period of time. In a normal year, the year before, they had only had 3,933 questions. So people needed a place to connect, to find information, and to understand what they could do and how they would get materials. Our libraries have been and are continuing to be a central hub for digital equity. We provide access to technology, the internet, Wi-Fi outside of our buildings, learning opportunities through Gale courses, and ebooks for those who have more advanced digital skills. And we provide one-on-one support for people who come in and they use our computers. Knowing that our communities rely on us for connectivity and wanting to make sure that we can connect, we're in the process of improving our connectivity and leveraging federal E-rate dollars so that we have a robust connection for all of our communities. In addition to working on improving our connectivity, we've also added 16 Chromebooks to every single library to create access for upcoming learning opportunities for digital literacy, for workforce development, for telehealth, and hopefully to provide an opportunity for the public if they need to find technology and access to participate in the legislative process this session. We continue to manage 3.2 million holdings These are our physical collections of books, CDs, and DVDs, and these are vital for people's learning. We hear a lot from parents that they so appreciate the library because they can continue to support their children and have opportunities to read and to connect to the stories of our communities. But we're not just a collection of books, CDs, DVDs, online resources, but a collection of staff and resources to check out, to support our fellow government agencies. When DLIR needed help in supporting the unemployment process, we stepped up and we offered our technology and we offered our staff. To this day, we still have 16 staff who are working for unemployment full-time. They actually have become advanced specialists now in the unemployment process. And I'd just like to say, DLIR, you can't have them. They're our wonderful staff and we're glad that they could support you. When DOH needed to bring up their contact tracers in the very beginning, they needed technology and they were waiting for delivery of new laptops. We were able to offer them 30 laptops in 3 days to get them started. And when WIC in Wahiawa needed a place to be because their place had burned down and then their other location, they had to move, we opened our doors to make sure they had a place in the community to serve those in need. And we continue to create new partnerships to create those connections. We're part of a University of Hawaii telehealth grant to the FCC to get hotspots in the hands of those who have healthcare issues and they need to be in contact more frequently with their caregiver. So hotspots and being a location for people to come and have a telehealth session if they don't have connectivity. And we're working with the Workforce Development Council on supporting digital literacy and helping those who are trying to improve their skills so that they can find new jobs, have a place to come and begin that learning process. Time after time, we step up and support our fellow agencies and our communities. As a public library, we are in a unique position to serve rural and urban communities, and we need to be different things to different communities. And we want to be that hub that connects each of our communities. The challenges we face this budget cycle, we have 51 branches on 6 islands. 80% of our budget is people, and people is what keeps our libraries open. The budget of $33 million is not what we actually have to plan for because there's always the 5 to 10% restriction. So we're looking more at 30 million potentially for 2022. That for us means less security, less staff, less ability to care for our buildings, and that includes basic contracts to maintain things like AC, and a concern for our ability to leverage our E-rate funds to make sure we can continue our increased capacity for our communities to the internet. It also means zero materials budget from the general fund. In terms of staffing, we have several challenges because that is how we keep our libraries open. One is the number of vacancies. We do appreciate that we just froze 69 of our positions in the last budget session, but now we are up to 114 vacant positions with some retirements. And we had more than 40 people retire in 2020. We have no students and we have no subs. And that means that the work that's being done is done by a very small set of people in most of our libraries. It also means it's more difficult for us to keep some of our libraries open because we don't have enough staff to move around, and especially on the outer islands. So the other issue for us too is the hiring freeze. So there are several positions that we need to hire for. We have 5 regional libraries that need a branch manager. And those are multi-million-dollar buildings that we need to have somebody manage. So it becomes more difficult to manage our entire structure along with being able to make sure that we can be open and to serve the needs of our communities. Special funds, we are a little concerned because our special funds are the only funds we have for collections. So everything we collect from fines and fees and passports, all of those special funds go towards purchasing materials. If we were not to have our special funds, again, we'd have zero money for our materials. Equitable access for all of our communities is vital. Is it fair that a small rural community that had to have access should have less because we don't have the resources to support it? When one of our communities thought that they're going to lose their library after all the staff retired all at once, one of our patrons wrote, "Please keep the library open. It is the only community resource here in the local community for the adults, children, and elderly. Most of us in this country community do not have internet access, can't afford books for our kids to read, and don't have reliable transportation to travel to the next available libraries that are more than 20 miles away. We must continue to be that educational resource, the poor man's university, and we must ensure equitable access to our communities who are trying to recover and need all the support we can give them. We want to support our keiki makua and our kapuna. Our libraries need your support. Thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, State Librarian. We have a question from Representative Peruso.
Aloha, I'm so happy to see you. You're one of my favorite people and a hero of mine. I wanted to thank you for your support with WIC and really saving a space for those folks. I did want to ask you about moving forward, if you have a CIP bill for repair and maintenance or something about the building, because I know that for almost a decade, you've been putting off repair and maintenance because you were promised a space in the new Civic Center, and because now it's being funded by the judiciary, you're not included in that plan. So I'm wondering if you are submitting. I didn't see a proposal for CIP, and I'm wondering what the plan for Wahiawa Library is. Thanks.
So I'd like to, Mallory usually takes care of most of our building activities, so I'm going to turn to Mallory and let her answer your question.
Good morning, Rep. Peruso. Actually, for the, I think we had discussed previously about doing some repairs to that library, and we did have a budget item. What happened is the construction bids went out and there's been a bid protest. So we're just actually waiting on resolution of the bid protest. And it's taken a little bit longer because actually I think there was more than one bid protest. So I haven't checked in with DAGS recently about it, and I will follow up with that, but we're pretty close. We're pretty close to start construction. But
okay,
once the bid protest is resolved, I would say it'll take a couple months before they're actually on site to do the renovation. But yeah, that is going to go forward.
Thank you. We can touch base later. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair, followed by Representative Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, State Librarian. I just wanted, if you can clarify the statement regarding your 5 and 10% restrictions, because us in the legislature, we did not restrict funding. And I just want you to make sure you say that it's from the governor and BNF, maybe not the legislature, because you did mention that and highlight that in your testimony.
Yes, it's the annual percentage that is used by the governor, not the legislature. So we appreciate the support that you give us for the budget. Thank you.
And then can you clarify your 1.9 million in reductions that's labeled other current expenses?
That is everything from databases to postage to mileage, which in order to get some of our staff to other libraries to keep them open, sometimes we have to pay mileage. It's equipment. It's a lot of different things. When we look at the budget, we have to figure out what are the things that are the most crucial, and then we start to we have to find that within all of the things that basically are running our library. I mean, all the basics behind running the library.
Okay, could you provide the committee with a detail of the 1.9 million? Because out of the 3.3 that you ask in reductions, it's a big portion of is 1.9 coming out of other current expenses. So that would be nice.
We'll try to provide you some detail. Again, what we have to do is we have to weigh all of the different parts of our operations. So yeah, we'll provide you with something.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Martin, followed by Representative Bronco.
Aloha, appreciate all you are doing and helping people go digital during this time. And I appreciate the help that you foresee giving people who want to testify in the legislative process, but may not have that technology or even that know-how. And I wanted to, because I have had people inquire, I wanted to know specifically for my district, for Waimanalo and for Kailua libraries, what the plan is for having technology available and some assistance in using it during the session.
So we have the Chromebooks will be available. If somebody would like to testify, they could just visit their library and tell the staff that they'd like to testify. And then what we're trying to actually figure out is some of the process side, so we can help patrons understand how they actually can testify. And so we're not clear on that yet, but we'll help provide direction for people because they'll have to put in their testimony first. And then we're actually we need some help on the process side of what they're actually connecting to as a patron to
maybe,
give.
Maybe next week we can communicate and we can help with that side, what needs to be done. Thank you.
Yeah. So again, if they just come to the library, they should be able to ask for a Chromebook, and you can connect through to Zoom via the Chromebooks. We have them set up. So again, I'm not sure if they get emailed a link or how that will work. So if we could get your help, that'd be great.
Thank you, Representative Bronco.
Hi, Ms. Aldridge. It's good to see you again. Thank you for being here. The libraries and librarians have been doing an amazing service. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback from our constituents on the drive-through. Those types of things are very important, especially for our Kailua community, a lot of avid readers. As you are aware, we are in extreme budget crisis. And as I spoke with you previously, I was hoping that you would consider different types of models to kind of increase some revenue. As we talked, we want to make sure access to education, to reading, to books are as much as possible, but have you folks looked at any possible ideas on charging like conference rooms, maybe $1 to rent a conference room or something to just kind of try to generate some revenue, because you folks have great facilities and I feel they're being underutilized.
So we normally do charge for our meeting room usage, and not all of our libraries have meeting rooms, but the ones that do, actually, that's one form of revenue generation for us. But our buildings aren't open right now, and for many of our libraries, the meeting rooms are being used to quarantine materials. So while we're in the pandemic, we're a little bit limited to being able to do that. But as soon as we can start opening up our buildings, we'll be doing that.
Okay. And then second question is, when we had spoken, you had talked about the increased cost with ebooks. And I just wanted to talk about how, ebooks are essential. It seems like that's where the market is going. How do we make sure that we have enough revenue to make sure that we can expand our ebook collections?
That's a very good question. Just to explain with book purchases, ebooks are a different beast than a regular physical book. So when we are purchasing a title, we are purchasing a physical title, and we're purchasing an ebook version and an e-audio version in many cases, especially for popular materials. Those ebooks we don't own, we're actually leasing them. And each publisher has a very different model for how we pay for them to lease them. Some have 52 usages and then we have to pay again. Some allow you to use it for the whole year. They're all very different, so we're constantly managing that. But for a lot of books, we're not just paying once, because if it's a very popular book and we have a lot of holds, we will pay again because we want to make sure people have access. So the cost is much more expensive because we're making sure that we have the ability for people to get access in multiple ways. Ebooks are very good for us in Hawaii because it increases access across all the islands, and it also helps us not have to move a lot of items between the islands. Because right now you can, and we encourage it, if a library doesn't have a material and somebody else has it, you can request it and we can deliver it to your library. That's the one thing about having a large library system, we can leverage that. But the actual cost of making sure that we have the physical and the virtual, which are still both very important to our communities, is a challenge. And our special fines and fees are crucial to that. And so thinking about ways of increasing funding, we really would like to get our passports services started again. We're looking at how we can do that. And also looking at, are there other locations that we could offer some passport services? The challenge with offering different kinds of services like this, even though it brings in a little bit of money, it takes the staff away from the basics of running our libraries. So we have to balance the mission of the library with also the revenue generating with a different kind of service. So we continue to look for other ways that we can do that.
Just quickly, so my colleagues can know, I forget the exact numbers, but when you had shared with me how much ebooks potentially cost, I was kind of just shocked. So if you could just share that numbers, just so my colleagues can understand how much it does actually cost.
It can be upwards of $52, $57. It depends on the title. And again, it depends on the publisher and what their agreement is for how we use that title. Like how many times can that title be checked out?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Kobayashi.
Good morning. It looks like the budget cuts this year are exactly the budget cuts we talked about. I mean, the budget cuts this year are exactly the budget add-ons that we talked about last year. Books and material, number one, security services, number two, repair and maintenance, number three. Can you give us a little reminder, I forget, what the base was for each of these three items, what the add-ons were last year, and now what the cuts are? Or maybe you can do that via memo as a follow-up to this meeting.
Yes, we'd be happy to follow up because I wouldn't want to misspeak. I know some of them, but I don't want to misspeak on a number, but we'll follow up with what the add-ons were versus the, Thank you.
On the R&M, I remember that one of the reasons why we started increasing that was that the libraries had $150 million in R&M backlog, which was kind of shocking to me because that's like an average of about $3 million per building. And I was thinking at the time, gee, you can practically build a new building for $3 million. I mean, not really, but you know, small building, put it that way, you could build for $3 million. What is the R&M backlog now?
The R&M backlog, even though we keep pecking at it with the amount of money that we have, it is still pretty high. Mallory, do you know what the number is? Again, I don't want to quote. I'm gonna look in my notebook.
Yeah, so just for clarification, when JAGS reported, you know, every year they do the annual inspection, and then they also send us a memo to kind of outline what our total backlog is. A couple of years ago, when they sent the memo, they did say that the backlog was like 150 million for all buildings, and that that included repair and maintenance as well as bigger replacement work for the entire library. It even priced out items that are not quite ready to be done. So the $150 million was actually probably a little overstated in the sense that it included everything. So what they started doing was the memo that they send us, and it's in the attachments that we provided. The memo now reflects items that are rated a 10, which is our worst condition, the worst possible condition out of 1 in a scale of 1 through 10. It includes only the items that are flagged as a 10, a 9, and the 8s. And I believe even the 8s are not the complete list of an 8. The 8s actually are helpful and for our planning purposes, we can identify what we need to think about going forward. And so the memo that DAGS sent this time around, excuse me, they're saying the bond funding we would need is about 7 million for each of the next 2 fiscal years. So the governor's budget requests 5 million each for the health and safety budget, for the health and safety line item. We had actually asked for a little bit more because we think the 7 million is a little low. What Stacy's direction and it's I think it's very helpful is that if there's something that we need to take care of that's going to shut down a library, what we try to do is we take care of all that other major infrastructure that would require a library shutdown. We try to take care of it all at once. So that 7 million, I could easily use it up just renovating 1 or 2 libraries. And so that's why, even though we have this list of CIP repair and maintenance items produced by DAGS, it's just a snapshot for planning purposes more than anything else. And that 7 million, 10 million, whatever we get from the legislature and the governor, we could easily spend it. And so we appreciate, the legislature's support in making sure that we do have that health and safety line item that we ask for every year. So, because what happens is just because of the timing and the process, a lot of the projects that I started planning and design work last biennium budget, they will be, the construction funding will come out of the next appropriation. It's just the timing of it. And so that's why we like to ask for that funding to have every year, just so that I don't have to stop for lack of funding. I can make sure that there's enough funding to continue and complete the jobs.
So
And
this $5 million in the governor's budget for health and safety is also called repair and maintenance.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. It's called health and safety in the CIP budget. We call it repair and maintenance for the general funded projects that I need to do with that are facility related. So in the base budget, in our general fund base budget, which goes to the earlier question about taking the cuts, we had a base of about $1 million for repair and maintenance. And with that million, the first almost $500,000 goes to our roofing maintenance and cleaning contractor, our AC maintenance, cleaning and contractor. That eats up most of it, as well as the repairs that we do related to those things. Then in the past, in order to do items that we could not bond fund with the CIP bond money, such as interior painting, reflooring, those types of items, we would use those general funds to do that kind of work. So that other $500,000 we've used to do the interior of like Liliha Library. We're gonna use it to do some work in Kahului Library. It's all the stuff that we cannot pay through bond funding is what the R&M money is focused on.
And it also does the day-to-day, it supports the day-to-day when you have a problem, like a leak toilet or some event happens in a library, an emergency, we have to use repair and maintenance funds.
So your the earlier $150 million for R&M was inflated. If you include the items rated 8 to 10, what would they amount to?
I'll have to calculate that out for you.
Okay, thank you.
And just so you're aware, the items 8 through 10, they're really a very rough estimate based on, that item in isolation, not taking into account the actual on the ground issues that might come up. So sometimes, in the list, it'll say wastewater piping replacement. So we got to replace the sewer line that goes out to the, connects to the sewer. Well, when they start designing it out and they're saying, okay, we got to replace all these other things too. So, it's just a very rough estimate as for cost wise.
Yeah, we understand that all facilities sometimes have hidden costs involved in any construction or R&M. Thank you.
It seems like it's all the time for us. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll get that information to you.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? If not, thank you very much. We also wanted to thank the state librarian and your staff for assisting with unemployment claims even before the legislature stepped in to provide assistance at the convention center. I know significant number of your staff helped to process. So this is really, it demonstrates the departments working across their jurisdictional areas to provide needed services. So we greatly appreciate all the efforts that you put in.
Thank you, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. And we'll take a quick recess while we allow the library system to exit the hearing and then allow the next reconvene for our continuation of budget briefings on the executive budget. We have Department of Taxation, which will go next. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Director Choi.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. If I may, I'd like to introduce my staff. They're actually in the conference room 2 doors down, and I think some are at their desks. So I'm not really sure if they can identify themselves, but let me start. First, I have Mrs. Nikki Thompson. She's part of our data processing taxpayer services division. She's the one that actually does about $6 billion a year. She takes care of all our good taxpayer that voluntarily complies. Next, we have Mr. Kevin Wakayama. He's in charge of our compliance division. He's in charge of our little naughty taxpayers that needs a little bit more pushing to fulfill their particular obligation. We have Mr. Michael Osuji. He's in charge of our computer system, something that you guys paid a lot of money for, and I can say that it's up and running in a good form. Joy Kobayashi helps Mr. Osuji, and she actually is an interface between the business users and our computer programmers. So that's a very, very important function. Mr. Ted Shirishi, I think most of you are familiar with him. He's our rules officer. If you want to hear the word no, you can get it out of him because he's a consummate tax administrator. Another familiar name could be Seth Kobe. All the numbers that you guys been asking for to score particular bills, to figure out how much revenues a bill could generate comes out of one mouth, and it comes out of Mr. Kobe's mouth, or I should say Dr. Kobe's mouth. Next we have Mrs. Karen Takemoto. She's our fiscal officer, or the person who actually helped me put this budget together. And finally, we have Mrs. Jennifer Igami. She's actually my human resource manager. Being unfamiliar with government, I probably violate every union and civil service rule known to man. And Jen is the person that actually, keeps me on track in that regard. Chair, may I just summarize my testimony?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Really quickly, the tax department is actually made out of 3 departments. The first department, headed by Mrs. Nikki Thompson, does all our taxpayer services and data processing. They do the majority meaning over 95% of all the tax compliance work. They answer the phones. They make sure your phones are filed. They make sure payments are posted to the right place. If something happens to the tax department, she'll be the last one to leave the tax department because she does bring in the vast majority of the money. Our second division is the tax compliance division. That's for our taxpayers that really kind of need a little bit of push, a little bit more hand-holding. It's made up of our collections division, our special enforcements division, field audit, and of course, office audit divisions. And they bring in about $350 to $390 million a year. The third division is our support division. The support division is actually where I sit. We're here to support the other 2 divisions. And of course, we have tax research, rules, the personnel division, as I mentioned before, the payroll, HR, everything that we need to do to support the other 2 divisions to do our tax enforcement mission. I simplified the mission of the tax department, and all I'm saying, all I wanted to tell the public and everybody else is the tax department's job is to protect the revenues of the state, and we're going to try to do that as much as possible. In my testimony, I did follow the format, so I did go through. We don't get any kind of special funds. And as far as our non-general funds, I did find $1 million for you folks to sweep because we can't do anything with it anyway. And if you look at my budget request, it is for personnel in the compliance division. The more help we get in that particular area, the more voluntary compliance that we would have. And with that, Chair, I am open to any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Any questions, members? No questions?
Thank
Okay,
you,
you
Chair.
did,
I'll see you later. No.
yeah, you did such a good job. Nobody has questions. Or that actually might be worse. They're thinking something and then, okay. So with that, then we will let the Department of Taxation go, and we will start the hearing with University of Hawaii. So we will take some time to allow you to leave the room, and we will take a short recess to allow UH to come in the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
for the continuation of our budget hearing. This morning, we also have the University of Hawaii. Welcome, President Lasner. Happy New Year. And I will
Thank
turn
you.
it.
Happy New Year, and it's a pleasure to be here. If I may introduce a few members of our team who are here, not all. The chair of our Board of Regents, Ben Kudo, is here with us today.
Aloha.
We have the heads of our major academic units here today. Michael Bruno, Provost of UH Manoa. We have Bonnie Irwin, the Chancellor of UH Hilo.
Good morning.
For the continuation.
And we have Maynette Benham, the Chancellor of UH West Oahu. And for the community colleges, Vice President LaCroix had a pretty significant conflict, but she's ably represented by Associate Vice Presidents Mike Unabasami and Tammy Chund. We also have with us our system vice presidents, Calbert Young, our Vice President for Budget and Finance, CFO.
Good morning, members.
Jan Govea, our Vice President for Administration, who may be multitasking. There she is. Thanks, Jan. We have Vasila Sirmos, our Vice President for Research and Innovation.
Good morning.
Garrett Yoshimi, our Vice President for IT and Chief Information Officer.
Morning, everyone.
And Vice President Kerry Okinaga, Vice President for Legal Affairs and General Counsel for the University of Hawaii. And I think I got everybody. So once again, thank you. Normally we try to visit everybody in their offices in person, and we haven't really been able to do that this year, but welcome to many new representatives that I haven't met before, and especially my own rep, new Representative Jackson Sayama. I live in Palolo, so thank you. So with that, I think I'd like to open with an introductory 90-minute PowerPoint presentation, just kidding, that summarizes the budget process. So I'll be pretty focused on how we're approaching this extraordinary budget year. Let's see if I can get this going. And okay, how's that? Good. Okay. Thanks, everyone. So what I'd like to...
sorry, just so you know, we don't see just one slide. We see your, we see what you see in terms of preparing for the next slide.
Okay. Oh, oops. Yeah, that's probably going to be too hard to try and figure out and fix. So the University of Hawaii is unique in, oh, I see, I picked the wrong window. That's okay. The University of Hawaii is unique in American higher education in that all public higher education for the entire state is organized under one Board of Regents and one president. And as you can see on this slide, we serve the entire state of Hawaii with a world-class research university, 2 comprehensives, 7 community colleges, and community-based learning centers on all islands. Lots of variety of programs, and we'd be glad to answer questions about any of this. It turns out to give us lots of opportunities to serve the university quite efficiently. Serve the state of Hawaii very efficiently. Our operating budget, you have the detail in our materials. For the first time in our history, I believe, we requested no new general funds, and we have what Vice President Young refers to as some ministerial changes, transfers, increase of ceiling, and so forth. The one item that we've had to explain a couple times is that the $4 million in general funds for athletics were part of our budget, but they were included in a separate act rather than in the budget bill. So we've just asked to have those shifted over from the Separate Appropriations Act back into the budget bill where they used to be. This is a quick summary of the governor's budget proposal. While the board requested a flat budget, the governor recommended a 15% reduction, and that was applied across all of our appropriation codes. It included no detail, and so these are the numbers that compare what we had last year to what he proposed for this year. Again, this is without details. Just to highlight about federal funding, we did receive CARES Act funding. There was about $20.4 billion for higher education. I'm sorry, this is the new Appropriation Act, not the CARES. We just got the details yesterday, so we're still sorting through how to use them partially, but it looks a lot like the CARES funding. We have more in the new act. We're trying to figure out how to say it nicely. It sounds like curses to us, but it's not quite that bad. But it's structured quite similarly with a required allocation to students and the institutional funds intended to be used for addressing the costs of COVID, including revenue losses, health needs, technology needs. There's a strong push to support movements into distance learning as well, and student support as well. So that's where we are financially. I think what I'd like to spend a little time on is talking about the planning that we're undertaking. So the Board of Regents requested a flat budget. The governor recommended a 15% reduction. We began working really last spring in thinking about what the impact of this economic crisis would be on the university and how we would prepare to get there. So we have driven this from a vision, and I won't read this, but this is the vision established for the university to take the state of Hawaii forward, adopted by the board about 3.5 years ago. And we've identified 4 priorities for our work right now. And these 4 priorities are intended to help take the state out of this pandemic and onward to a more sustainable future. And these are instantiated again in a budget policy paper approved by the Board of Regents in October. So I'll have one slide on each of these 4 to give you a sense of what they mean to us. The first is simply to get more of Hawaii's residents into post-secondary education and training. We think this is the most important thing that Hawaii can do to establish a more sustainable future. And I won't go through all of the bullets, and you have the slides, but the impact of engaging more of Hawaii in post-secondary education, whether it's a certificate program, an associate degree, a bachelor's degree, is highly beneficial for the student, for their families, for the community, and for the entire state. And this is not about training people for particular jobs. This is about preparing an educated citizenry. This is a huge challenge for our state. The last time I checked, the going rate out of our public schools, that is the number of public school graduates who move on to some post-secondary education, was about 56%. And if you look at that middle bullet and see that about 70% of the jobs require some post-secondary education, the 56% going rate isn't going to help move that needle much above the 48% that we have today. So this is a tremendous challenge, and we're trying to work with the DOE and particularly with our P20 Partnerships for Education program. Second is focusing on education for specific living wage jobs, and we've identified these 3 areas. Obviously, the teacher shortage is always a concern, and we're looking at multiple pathways for that. Jobs in healthcare, and for those of you who followed the new President-elect Biden's announcement yesterday, he sees a really important investment in increasing the number of healthcare professionals across the nation. And we're preparing ourselves to be able to do that, and additional federal support would be fabulous. And third, and in some ways this is up to you, the state of Hawaii often likes to try to construct our way out of recession. And if we move in that direction, we know it will be our responsibility to prepare the workforce for that. What I would highlight is normally we look at this as a skilled labor, but in today's environment, we think we also have to prepare more architects and engineers who are really focused on construction in a world of climate change, sea level rise, and to prepare our structure, our built environments for a future with climate change. Third area, I think we all know the importance of growing more sectors to our economy. And in many ways, the reason that Hawaii and Nevada are the most impacted economically by this pandemic is because of our reliance on tourism. These are the areas we have identified. They are resonating well. We have talked about them in the community with different groups. And again, I won't go into a lot of detail. We can talk about them more, and we have a pretty comprehensive paper that lays out more of what we're thinking in these areas. I want to say a couple things in general, though. These are areas in which we think Hawaii has competitive advantage and/or opportunity. They are areas that are important internally to our growth. And if you want to use words like circular economy, this is an area in which we think we can hire ourselves to do more of the work internally rather than go outside. But secondly, we think these are areas in which we can develop a stronger, as economists would say, traded economy. That is, our expertise, if we build it in these areas, can be exported intellectually to create jobs here in Hawaii, to provide services in other places. And that's true if you think about computer science and engineering. People can live here but be employed elsewhere. We can actually develop consulting expertise that provides services for people in other places. Creative media, same thing. We tell our own stories, but we create jobs here and we sell product elsewhere. Same with food. We need to both grow more of our own food, and we also need to focus on export food and high value food products. Tourism will always be important, but we have some ideas about how to shift tourism into areas that create more living wage jobs. And if you look at each of these areas, we go beyond tour bus drivers and hotel employees into members of the Hawaii communities who engage thoughtfully and meaningfully with tourists. And we think we can bring in a different kind of tourists who are here for more of the right reasons. It's pretty clear to us that this won't just be one thing. It will have to be multiple sectors. And lastly, let me just mention our research enterprise. Last year, we brought in over 450 million of other people's money. This makes UH research a major economic sector in and of itself. This year, we are doing even better. We are, I think this morning, we're at about 308 million, just about a little more than halfway through the year. We have been growing for a couple years, and the keys for us here will be to continue to support our areas of strength. And you see those under the second bullet. These are the areas where most of our money has come in over the past years, and that's where we've seen the growth. The third bullet really highlights the areas that we have identified that we think are promising for growth, and we need to invest in those areas as well. I'll just say no community has really managed to develop into an economic powerhouse without a strong research university, and UH Manoa is indeed one of the nation's best research universities. At the same time, we know we have to do some rebalancing. As I mentioned, this is the first time maybe ever that we have not requested new money. So we know we have to do some rebalancing and right sizing. These are our strategies. We know we have to reduce expenses, and we know we have to increase revenues. And we've got some pretty specific ideas about how to do that. We're looking at whether we can reduce our facilities. That helps us with energy costs and with maintenance costs. We're looking at administration. We think we have to be a little bit tougher around some of our decisions in a time of scarce resources. That's around programs, small programs, small classes. We're doing some work on faculty workload as well. And it doesn't always mean releasing people, but it means realigning. We had proposed a retirement incentive program that's a little bit stalled right now, but we think that's a positive way to reduce workforce. At the same time, we think we do see opportunities for increasing revenue. We are not looking at increasing tuition rates, but we think we can continue to grow enrollment. About half of our campuses are up right now this spring semester. Last fall, we had only 2 campuses with increased headcount enrollment. But when we serve more students, we both increase our revenue, but we also help achieve the state's goal of a more educated citizenry. We're looking very carefully at how to monetize some of the real estate we have. And about 2 years ago, we made substantial changes in how we approach philanthropy with some changes at the UH Foundation. And so far that is paying dividends as well. Doesn't help with our operating budget, but it does help with investments in excellence. What I'd like to highlight is we need to start making these investments now, but we know revenue doesn't grow immediately after you make those investments. And that's part of why we have to shed expenses so that we can make investments that will help us grow forward. So what do we think we would look like after all this? We have these articulated priorities. We've identified the work we have to do. We've shared data very transparently across our system. And our faculty and students came back in the fall to pretty wide open discussions about more change than I think has ever been contemplated at UH in a short period of time in our history. That has caused significant stress among many as they see programs in which they have made personal investments and in which they have passionate beliefs. As much as possible, we're doing this openly and transparently, and that's why Chair Kudo has heard hours of testimony about why my program, whatever my program happens to be, is so critical to the future. But the reality is we know we're going to have to make hard choices. So we are open, we are focused on what Hawaii needs, and we are actively consulting through this process. This is what we see for the future. We do not expect to go back to the past. We're learning a lot about online education. We're learning a lot about working from home. And we think those will be values that we have embraced for a new future. We are reaching out to new learners. These are some of the areas that are priorities for us. I want to highlight not everything we do needs to be for credit education and for degrees. We've done some amazing work just since the pandemic for retraining people in the community. And we have, if there are questions, Tammy Chun can talk about a lot of that. But we're looking at some new models of education as well based on some best practices emerging around the country. We know we have to be extraordinarily careful as a steward of the public resources. We appreciate the investments that you make in us, and that the funding we get from students and their families in the form of tuition. We need to be right-sizing ourselves, and we need to continue to work together more strongly as a system. We can't do everything everywhere, but we can provide services in multiple locations from one location while we're making the investments we need in the future. And one of the reasons we want to generate more sources of revenue is so that we ourselves as a university can be more resilient in the face of economic fluctuations. Right now, our general funds constitute about 60% of our basic operating budget. That's our general work in instruction and operations and research support. And we would like to be more diversified in our funding, just as the state needs to be more diversified as a whole in our funding. These are some of the ideas we're pursuing. These pathways would lead from K-12, the academy programs in particular, into community colleges and into our four-year universities. We're looking first at some of these key areas like healthcare, education, ag, and we're also looking at the areas of green jobs as well in energy, sustainability, conservation. We believe, in spite of the nationwide downturn in enrollment, that we can grow here. We see opportunities to serve new learners, and we have a passion to try and bring more of Hawaii's undereducated citizens into higher education. Some of that is modern technology that we have been deploying that has been helping us, and some of it is just going to be relentless outreach. And again, we do believe we can continue to grow our extramural funding, both in our areas of strength, but also these areas of opportunity. In terms of the way we operate, we know we have to do more with data. I think the data that we put out publicly is probably the most we have ever placed out in public at one time, and we're using it as the basis of our discussions around our educational offerings. We're looking with our Board of Regents at facilities utilization across the UH system so that we can have better facilities that are more heavily utilized. And again, the emphasis on revenue and hybridity. So closing, this is where we are. It's been interesting because as we proposed many threatening ideas, our faculty have come back with some great counter proposals, and we are looking at how to evaluate those. Lots of the ideas are really good ideas, even if they're not focused on budget reductions, and we do want to be moving ahead with any number of those. We also have some challenging areas that we know we have to sort our way through down at the bottom. In particular, UH Manoa Athletics has been out of balance for probably about 20 years, and we want to take this opportunity to really figure out how to get allocation, revenue, and expenses into alignment. And finally, our revenue opportunities. Again, we're taking this very seriously, both in particular in the areas of educational revenue and real estate. And these are some of the specific locations that we've been looking at for generating revenue. So with that, let me just close by saying, we're really committed to this planning process that we've been actively engaged in. We don't know where you will end up in your budget deliberations. Our speculation is, quite frankly, that it will be somewhere between what the Board of Regents requested and what the governor has recommended. And our planning process is designed so that we will be ready and agile to operate with whatever level of appropriations you determine best for the state of Hawaii. But of course, I do have to say, the University of Hawaii is the most important investment in the future of this state. So with that, I think we're open to questions.
Thank you. We have questions from Representative Peruso.
Aloha, and thank you for that presentation. I have a question. Well, I have a couple questions. The first is, you mentioned just in passing, we're looking at administration in terms of cutting costs, and I'm wondering if you could go into more depth, because I'd like to hear your narrative on that.
Sure. So first, let me just say that in spite of how much everybody likes to complain about administrative bloat, we've looked at the data, and actually across all of our major units, our administration per FTE student is smaller than our peers. And that applies both to staff support, and that applies to level of executives. So we think we are already lean. In fact, ACTA, which is an organization of nationally of trustees and alumni, which likes to critique universities for bloated administration, as they like to say, and bloated curriculum as well, by the way. They recently, in their last newsletter, they identified Manoa as the lowest cost for administration of any public research university in the country. That said, we continue to strive to do better. So for example, at Manoa, we are looking at continuing mergers of colleges, especially some of the smaller colleges. So we have merged the Travel Industry Management School with the Scheidler College of Business. That can help reduce administrative costs. Tim was a relatively small school. We have merged the College of Language, Linguistics, Literature, Arts and Humanities with the School of Pacific Asian Studies. That reduces administration. We're looking at a couple of other opportunities around reducing dean counts as well. One of the initiatives within the community colleges is around centralizing support services. For the small campuses in particular, it can be really a challenge to maintain adequate levels of support services, and we think that we can bring those together. And by the way, that doesn't mean moving jobs to Oahu. That's one of the things we've learned through this pandemic, is that people can do many jobs from anywhere. So those are some of the key areas we've been looking at. Lastly, let me mention, we've been engaged in a reorganization of all of what the current vice chancellor offices at Manoa. When we started this process, we began with the implementation of the provost office. We thought we committed to do this in a budget neutral manner with no addition of executive positions. Given the situation we're in, we're now looking at doing that reorganization as a budget reduction measure. We expect to save a couple of $1 million there, as well as executive managerial positions.
Thank you. And then my second question has to do with labor. I am worried about increased reliance on non-unionized graduate students for instruction, and concerned about the impact on the quality of education that might lead to. And I am interested in specific numbers, actually, of the number of tenured faculty that you have now and what their workload is.
So that's a really interesting question. First, let me preface it by saying, University of Colorado was in the news recently for one of their deans announced a strategy to reduce number of tenure track faculty and move to more lecturers. We are absolutely not adopting as a strategy in any part of UH a reduction of reliance on tenure and tenure track faculty to shift to more lecturers and or graduate assistant teaching assistants. That said, we have been looking very hard at faculty workload. We gave a presentation to the Board of Regents, a joint committee of academic student affairs and personnel and board governance just a week or two ago. We have not done a very good job in the past of documenting individual faculty workload. So over the past year, we have developed what we're calling the workload assignment template. UPA has been very cooperative with us on this. Our department chairs who are faculty, I think in general, see it as a valuable tool. And this is where for each faculty member, we're able to identify their work assignment in terms of teaching, research, and service. And we can send you the slide deck for that, Rep. Peruso, if you're interested.
Very.
Yeah.
I would appreciate that. Thank you. We can talk about it offline. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. We also have questions from Representative Wildberger and followed by Representative Martin.
Thanks very much for your presentation today. I promised I would ask about a vaccine schedule for staff and faculty. Are you all considered essential workers, and do you have an estimated time frame when vaccine will be made available?
So the really good news is yes. If you look at the latest Department of Health priorities that were released last week, educators are considered essential workers as part of 1B. So we're very excited about that. We do not have a detailed schedule yet. Right now, most of the vaccination is taking place with the 1A group. What I will also say is 1B is a pretty large group. So they will probably be sub-prioritizing within the 1Bs. What we did actually yesterday, we sent out a message to all of our community asking people to fill in a simple survey. It's about a 5-minute survey to identify over 75s, over 65s, underlying health conditions. We are teaching mostly online this semester. So we also want to identify employees who have to work on campus, people who work in the student residence halls, for example, faculty who are teaching science labs, cooking in the shops, as distinct from those who may be teaching at home. So we'll be pretty ready to prioritize our people based on the risk factors once we get more definitive word from the Department of Health. There was some discouraging news some of you will have seen out of Washington, D.C. that it appears there actually is no federal vaccine reserve available to accelerate shipment of vaccine. This is our guess right now. We think our workforce will be vaccinated by the end of the semester, by the end of spring. And we are very optimistic our students will be vaccinated over the summer so that by fall, we can return to a substantial amount of on-campus education across the system, but still maintaining a healthy mix of online. We've learned a lot through this pandemic as well.
Thanks. And one inquiry about your athletic program. Besides volleyball and football, do you have any other sports in UH's athletic program?
Well, I'm going to phrase it a different way if I can. So out of fall sports, we're in the Big West Conference. The boards of the conferences are made up of the university presidents. So we're in 2 conferences. We play football in the Mountain West, and we play everything else in the Big West if it's a conference affiliation. The Big West decided to cancel all fall sports. So that was women's volleyball. Well, actually, they first decided to postpone. That's women's volleyball, women's soccer, and cross country. And then subsequently, the conference decided not to try to reschedule those in the spring. The reason being, we still had spring sports. So the fall sports got a full season in last year. The spring were cut off in March. Our basketball teams were actually at the conference tournament when they were sent home and the tournament was canceled. So football was the only thing that played in the fall. That was in the other conference. We met actually this morning with the presidents of the Big West. Basketball has been quite successful, depending on if you're a glass half full or half empty kind of person. About half the games have been canceled and half have been played. But we see that as a commitment to safety. So if a basketball player tests positive, because of how closely aligned they are, the team cannot play. So that's been going well. So far, it looks like we will be playing spring sports. So that's, you have to go sport by which season it's in. We're pretty happy with the way the football season played out, although we're sorry to have no fans. And it was sad to have a last game with no fans at Aloha Stadium, but that's a subject for another day.
Okay, thanks. So we've got basketball, soccer, volleyball, cross country, and football.
No, sorry. So we played football. We are playing basketball, and we are preparing for all spring sports. So we can send you that list.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Martin, followed by Branco, then Sayama.
I just have a question. You said that enrollment is up, which is very encouraging. Do you have any data to suggest that's more than a COVID blip?
That's pretty interesting. I think we're not very convinced that COVID has been good for us. Nationwide enrollment is down across almost all publics, especially community colleges. So our community college decline has been substantially less than the national. The best explanation I've seen for why COVID has hurt college enrollment is financial, that people have felt that they can't really afford to go to college right now. But we also see people who have dropped out to help with family issues as well. You know, if they have to care for someone, and there's so much uncertainty. People don't understand what the economy will look like that they would graduate into. But where we have seen, I think, COVID-related increases are in our residential student side. So there has been a tendency with COVID for students to stay closer to home. So that helps us with our resident enrollment, but it hurts us with our non-resident enrollment. So that's a little bit of a wash in a sense. You know, we're happy to serve more resident students, but what I will say is non-residents pay a higher rate of tuition. So the tuition revenue has not responded proportionate to the headcount enrollment increase.
Thank you. I guess I know the residents, so I have seen that trend of people.
Yeah, and we're really happy to have them, and you know, we hope we can keep them.
Yeah. My second question is, you talked about the athletic program being out of alignment financially, and I wondered what, I wanted to have more color on what that issue was and how you folks are thinking about addressing it.
So I think the only year in the last 20 years in which athletic expenditures did not exceed revenue and the allocation was the year in which we played in the Sugar Bowl and earned substantial additional revenue. So this is a long-standing problem. The Regents tried to address it, I think, in the early 2000s and made some progress, but expenses continue to grow. So that has been a challenge for us. We haven't wanted to take drastic measures like, you know, the most commonly contemplated one is to drop sports. For example, Athletic Director Matlin is on this, but I'm going to toot his horn and say he has done an incredible amount to reduce expenses and increase revenues, I think more than any athletic director in our history. But expenses keep creeping up as well as Division I becomes more challenging to compete in. So what we did is we appointed we affectionately call it a blue ribbon commission or strategic values committee to come up with some ideas on both the revenue, cost, or whether we need to change our aspirations altogether to try to bring this thing into alignment so that by the end of the COVID crisis, we are in a more stable situation. So that's where we are. That we'll be reporting the results of that committee next month to the Board of Regents. But they've looked at both the revenue and the expense side. I don't know if you want to add anything, David Matlin.
No, I think that's pretty thorough. But I'm available if there are any other questions.
Okay, thank you. We also have questions from Representative Bronco, followed by Representative Sayama.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. We're having some construction in our office, so hence the mask. From my understanding, the University of Hawaii at Manoa is quite able to generate enough revenue for their operating budget. But there's the community colleges and the satellite campuses is where there's some issue with generating enough of with revenue. So UH Manoa kind of floats the other campuses. Correct me if I'm wrong on that assessment, but I was just curious if there's anything we can do to help satellite campuses as well as community colleges generate more income to cover their budgets, such as applying for more grants, hiring more grant writers, and whatnot. So I was just kind of curious about that.
So our current model is really that the tuition generated or most revenue generated on a campus stays with the campus, but no part of the UH system generates all of the revenue required to support basic operations. So the community colleges are the most subsidized on a percentage basis by state general funds. But even UH Manoa is about 50% supported by general funds. Again, this is for basic operations. But you're exactly right. I think we're looking across the system at revenue. I want to give a lot of credit to Vice President LaCroix, Associate Vice President Tammy Chan, Associate Vice President Une Basami. They have been very creative in identifying grants. I'll just pick one. Tammy Chun worked on a reimagining workforce grant, competitive grant that was funded through the CARES Act, but unlike the other CARES money, it was not formula funded. This is about a $14 million grant submitted in partnership with the Workforce Development Council that's really intended to help meet the needs of the state of Hawaii in workforce. And I think one of the things that we're realizing is that when we diversify our revenue beyond tuition, it kind of frees us from thinking everything is about getting students into credit classes. So other kinds of training programs are huge opportunities, and we can fund those with sources other than state funds and tuition, such as grants and such as philanthropy. I believe that when I talked about the increase in funding, which is up over 308 million now, just partway through the year, among the largest increases is at the community colleges. So they have done a really good job of upping the game in bringing in federal money, as well as philanthropic money to support some of these programs. That said, we try to work together across the system to really meet the needs together. And I think that's one of the themes of what we're doing now in what we call our post-pandemic planning, is to do even more of that, so that while we can't offer everything everywhere by the host campus in a location, we can do much better at making programs available from one campus to another campus. And that's part of the way we're looking at addressing reductions in general funds that may come.
Luke, if I may ask 2 follow-up questions. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Okay. One thing that kind of caught my ear as you were speaking is when you talked about the schools consolidation and the travel industry management. You said this was one of our smaller schools. And as you're looking for revenue generation, you know, one of the first places to start is to start with competitive advantages. And our economy is basically on tourism. So it just seemed really interesting to me that our economy is basically on the back of tourism, and our university has a smaller school for travel industry management. This seems like a competitive advantage for us to take advantage of.
I completely agree with you, and that's one of the reasons we made that change. We think it will be a much stronger school inside of Scheidler, as part of Scheidler. So Scheidler, for example, has the strongest executive education program out of any part of the UH system. The executive MBA is very successful. Scheidler has an extremely successful international MBA. In particular, the VEMBA, as we call it, is offered in Vietnam. It's the best US-oriented MBA in the country of Vietnam, which is one of the fastest growing countries in Southeast Asia. So we think that, lastly, I'll say Scheidler is also one of our most successful schools in philanthropy. So we believe, you know, this wasn't just an efficiency measure. This was really a change intended to strengthen UH Manoa's capacity in exactly what you're saying, in serving the hospitality sector within the state of Hawaii and beyond. I've been at UH a really long time, but when at one point, the UH Manoa Travel Industry Management School was one of the top 3 in the world. And we're looking at restoring that kind of stature for exactly the reason you say. And again, this is that notion of doing what we need for ourselves, but also looking at it as an export capability, that we need a great travel industry management school for Hawaii. It is and will continue to be a major industry for us, but we also think that makes us a really strong possibility of being an export capability, whether we deliver that education somewhere else or we invite in international and mainland students who then help, you know, stimulate the Hawaii economy as well when they come and spend here.
My last question is talking about stimulating the economy. Many of us have economic diversification on our minds, and I think many of us agree that renewables, sustainable development, you know, Hawaii is the United Nations Sustainability Hub. And so Representative Tam and myself have been talking about ways that we could help with University of Hawaii to try to develop this industry in renewables and sustainable growth. So I wanted to start the conversation and see what you folks are doing and ways that we could assist with starting this as another leg on a stool for our economy.
Totally agree. And it would probably be good, maybe we can set up a separate meeting or discussion. You know, this is one of the areas, interestingly, where we bring in quite a bit of money, a lot of it DoD money. So we have experts who are helping set up microgrids on military bases around the Asia Pacific. We do a lot of the work on renewables, wave energy. You know, all of those are areas of expertise at UH, and we'd be glad to be working with others on how to turn some of those into stronger economic sectors as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Sayama.
Thank you, Chair Luke. Aloha, Mr. Lathner. Nice seeing you. My question's regarding the UH's athletics program, regarding the request for the continuation of $4 million. Given that there are many tournaments on the mainland that were canceled, and so I assume there's much of the travel budget would be reduced, if not eliminated. I was wondering how much of this $4 million was going to travel, and if it isn't now, where is it going to?
I'm going to let, I think I'll let Athletic Director Matlin. I'll just say that while he clicks on, while indeed travel is the part of our budget that was reduced, lots of other things increased during this particular period. David?
Yeah, we obviously, we have cut down on travel. Our football team had, you know, 4 trips this year as opposed to having 6 or 7. I would anticipate that we'll be close to conference only with a few exceptions for our other sports. So we will cut down travel. A lot of that the 4 million, the rationale behind it was because we have increased travel costs, not just our travel costs, but the subsidies we pay to teams that come in. We pay every Mountain West Conference school subsidies, which we still had to pay this year. So there were still some payments made for those. I think that the big challenge is, and I know the intent of the money was for those areas. The challenge is also we were hitting a lot of revenue areas at the same time because we were unable to have fans and stands and some other of our, you know, whether it's our advertising. Our TV deal stayed pretty consistent, but it depends on how many actually games we get in for our Big West sports too. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
I have one more question. Mr. Lassner, you mentioned earlier that, you know, international students or non-local students bring in a lot of money into the state economy. I was wondering if there were any marketing initiatives by UH to attract those non-local students back to Hawaii.
Yes, we do have an active program. I don't know, is Vice Chancellor Lori Ideta on? I don't see her. Michael, do you want to comment on mainland and international recruiting?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, David.
Yeah, we have increased our presence, obviously, at this point in time. It's a virtual presence, and our numbers actually for the coming fall reflect that effort. We have seen a pretty dramatic increase in both the number of applications and the number of deposits coming to us from international students.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions, members? If not, thank you very much, President. Oh, sorry, Representative Tam has a question.
Hi, President Lassner. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just wanted to talk about patent funding and how much has the university generated in revenue when it comes to that.
Okay, and I've got Vice President Sirmos, I think, can take that one.
We have our funding. Can you repeat the question? Which funding, the extramural or the?
The patent revenue.
Oh, our patent revenue funding is around $1 million a year. It usually goes up and down. It depends on how many licenses we're able to market. It is modest, but that's where we are at this point.
Okay, thank you.
And we do tend to report on that every year. So we put out an annual report with those kinds of numbers.
Do you know when the report will be out?
We do that report every quarter at the board, and I can send you all that information, both annually and quarterly.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I don't see any other hands. With that, thank you very much, President Lassner and your team. And we continue to be very impressed with the university and the good work that you folks do. So thank you. This is going to be a joint responsibility, all of our responsibility to work through these challenging times, but we greatly appreciate all the work that you have done. So thank you. With that, this hearing is in recess until 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you, members. convene for our continued budget hearing. This afternoon, we have Department of Public Safety, followed by Department of Human Resources Development, and concluding today will be Department of Transportation. This hearing is provided through live stream under YouTube, and it is also being recorded so that individuals can go back and view this hearing again. With that, I will turn it over to you, Director. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Hey, good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the House Finance Committee. I would like to do introductions here. I have Maria Cook, Deputy Director of Administration, Tommy Johnson, Deputy Director for Corrections, Jordan Lowe, Deputy Director for Law Enforcement, and I don't know if you can see Tessie Fernandez, Budget Office, and Wayne Takara, CIP. Also online, we have Fri Jan from the Hawaii Paroling Authority, and we have Pamela Ferguson Bray with the Crime Victims Compensation.
Good afternoon.
We have Shelley Harrington with our Personnel Office.
Sorry, Ms. Harrington has no micro camera, so unfortunately we won't be able to pan her.
And then we have Shari Kimoto, who's in charge of our Corrections Program Services.
Hi.
There's Shari. Okay. I believe you have our written testimony and the testimony of the Hawaii Paroling Authority and Crime Victims Compensation. So today I'll just provide a brief summary of our written testimony. So we'll start with the mission of public safety. PSD's mission is to uphold justice and public safety by providing correctional and law enforcement services to Hawaii's communities and with professionalism, integrity, and fairness. The department is able to accomplish this mission through three major divisions: corrections, law enforcement, general administration, under 19 program IDs, with 2,782.6 authorized permanent positions for all means of funding. Types of employees include healthcare staff, adult correctional officers, law enforcement officers, facility maintenance staff, cooks, social workers, case managers, parole officers, and administrative support staff. Some of the major challenges that we had in 2020, I'd like to kind of go over them. The number one thing, of course, was the COVID-19 pandemic. We're currently dealing with the largest COVID-19 outbreak in the state at the Halawa Correctional Facility, which began last month. In 2020, we also addressed previous outbreaks at the Oahu Community Correctional Center and at the Waiawa Correctional Facility. We also monitored outbreaks at our contracted facility in Arizona. The Sheriff's Division also had to address detection of the virus in their court cell block, which affected staff and detainees. PSD's correctional facilities have been successfully implementing their pandemic plans when situation arrives. Other challenges were jail overcrowding. Expansion projects for neighbor island jails faced a setback due to higher than anticipated construction bids. Vacancies. PSD listed a total of 463.5 vacancies as of November 30th, 2020. As reported, 254 are ACOs, 32 are deputy sheriffs, for a total of 286 uniform positions, representing 62% of the vacancy list. Emerging community policing needs. The Sheriff's Division has also been working collaboratively with the State Department of Health and other government and private agencies, including service providers, to more effectively respond to persons with mental health issues, as well as residentially challenged. Department of Justice settlement agreement on Americans with Disability Deficiencies. Department has been working closely with Attorney General to address deficiencies cited by the DOJ at several facilities. Lessons learned from 2020. Early efforts made by PSD to prevent and contain the COVID within the facilities helped delay the introduction of the virus. These efforts include the implementation of the facility's pandemic response plan, supplying employees with proper fitting PPEs, training, frequent sanitization, and testing. While this goes without saying, I will say it anyway. Our employees are our greatest asset, and without them, we would not be able to meet our mission. Healthcare division staff are at the forefront of the department's response to COVID-19 pandemic, which requires all healthcare disciplines to provide healthcare service, assistance, and monitoring capabilities in-house at all correctional institutions. Adult correctional officers are necessary, to safely operate correctional institutions, especially during this pandemic. Law enforcement officers are needed to assist with safe travel, distribution of vaccines, and community safety. Prisons and jail overcrowding makes it difficult to implement social distancing, quarantine, and medical isolation. We have been able to address COVID in similar fashion as they do in the community, with the exception of social distancing. As we learn more about the virus, PSD's pandemic plan is updated to address issues that were previously unknown. We are currently awaiting the rollout of the vaccine to the inmate population, which we believe will be a game changer in dealing with the virus. Moving on to budget requests. We're asking the funding for 298.5 unfunded positions within the department. Of these positions that the legislature unfunded last year, the majority are ACOs and healthcare professionals. We have 160 ACO positions, 26.5 healthcare professionals, and also included is 19 deputy sheriffs. Funding of these positions are critical because we need ACOs, healthcare professionals, law enforcement officers, especially during the pandemic. Some of the consequences we foresee if the positions are not funded for ACOs, short staffing will result in increased overtime and holding back of employees for multiple shifts. Closures of posts relating to closing of essential posts relating to health and safety concerns, and closing of non-essential posts which would impact inmate services. For healthcare staff, increased overtime because we are constitutionally mandated to provide services relating to healthcare which cannot be reduced. Law enforcement officers will see a reduction in related to safe travels, distribution of vaccine, and among other duties mentioned in our written testimony. Under CIP, as stated, overcrowding makes it difficult to implement necessary protocols to contain the virus in our facility. The urgent need for the replacement and relocation of the current OCCC remains a top priority for PSD. PSD, in partnership with DAGS, received approval for the plan review use from the Honolulu City Council in February 2020 to move forward with the work site at the Halawa Animal Quarantine Site as a new home for OCCC. Another priority is the completion of the Hawaii Community Correctional Center and Maui Community Correctional Center housing projects. Our CIP request addresses the challenges, and we are requesting the lapsing of funds for the KCCC project to fund completion of both of these projects. Two projects at WCCC are moving forward. New housing will add up to 172 beds, and the renovation of the whole Kipa Cottage will also add 65 beds. That kind of concludes my testimony. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'll try to address any questions you may have. Also, I'd like to thank you for putting us first on the afternoon calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple questions from Representative Peruso.
Aloha. I have a couple questions first about COVID guidance. The CDC has been pretty clear about the dangers of moving people around, but we're hearing stories from inside Halawa about mixing those who test positive in pods with healthy people. And also stories about ACOs telling people that they're going for herd immunity so that everyone will get COVID. So I'm wondering, what is the department doing to educate your uniform and non-uniform staff on the seriousness of the pandemic? What training are you doing? And not just the seriousness, but the actions that need to be taken to protect the health and safety of the people who are in their care, as well as their own health. That's my first question.
Yeah, as we stated earlier, you know, the quarantine situation is real difficult in a prison setting. We have been using module housing in cohorts to house people that need quarantine, need medical isolation, and so forth. As far as training, you know, we've gone in, we've trained staff on properly fitting PPEs. We have online training for staff, you know, which they can access on their kiosks. We have, you know, we have our deputy director that's going down to the facility to meet with wardens and touring the facility to make sure that, you know, everybody is properly fitted and outfitted in PPEs. We've begun to move people from Halawa, and these are the post-positive people. So, you know, we, as best as we can, we've been separating people according to, you know, their current status as far as COVID.
Okay, I've heard that those tours are occurring with the deputy director or the director, whoever's visiting, wearing a very expensive mask while other folks don't have PPE. But the second question I have with respect to that is not really a question, it's more of a request. So you said that you're providing training. I'm wondering if you could please provide this committee with any directives that you've issued to staff and or to incarcerated people about the pandemic and its mutations. I would appreciate that.
Okay, I haven't personally issued any written directives to staff at this point. There is facilities have pandemic plans that they need to follow.
Can you share those? Do you have access to those?
Yeah, yeah, we could. Our department pandemic plan is on our website.
Right. I mean, I'm referring to directives for staff. So if I'm worried about the people working in the facilities and the people imprisoned. And I think I am worried about how you're training the staff to deal with it. Okay. So if you could just send any materials you have, that would be super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a question from Representative Tam.
Thank you so much, Director Otani. My question is about mental health. Can you go into some detail on what resources are going into mental health services and what are some of the initiatives that are being taken to address mental health in the prison system?
Okay. I'm going to allow Deputy Director Tommy Johnson to answer this question at this point.
Okay.
Okay. We have psychologists in the facilities. We do mental health evaluations and mental health checkups. Part of the intake process is to do a mental health evaluation or a review of the person's situation to see if they do need mental health services, and then they're scheduled to see the psychologists and psychiatrists we have in the facilities. The inmates also have the ability to ask to see a mental health professional, and we have numerous mental health social workers, psych social workers in the different facilities.
Okay, thank you so much. My next question is about the Ho'okipa Cottage. Is that the Women's Correctional Center?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I don't know if you talked about it, but can you tell me about what the status is and why it's taking a $1.4 million reduction in the in your testimony?
Because of the delay in the project, the 1.4 is staffing. We don't need the staffing at this point, so that's where the 1.4 is coming from.
Okay, thank you so much. No further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Chair?
Director, I wanted to clarify, thank you for being here. I wanted to clarify on your emergency appropriation for the testing, the SARS testing of $1 million. What is that plan? That's the SARS-CoV-2 test for inmates, healthcare, $1.1 million in the emergency appropriation.
I'm going to turn this one over to Deputy Director Cook.
Hi, Representative Cullen. As we discussed previously in the COVID, the CARES Act funding, recall that we are testing the inmate admission. We're doing pre-testing for any kind of medical procedure. And we're also testing for people that are being released. So this is our, essentially what we need the cost for the testing would be for those 3 items. Similar to what we already, it's just a continuation of what we need to be taken care of for the testing.
Okay, yeah, no, so have you guys entered into contract with any, how is that money going to be spent? Are you guys in contract with a health provider on providing the test, or are you guys in negotiations for a health provider?
We have a contract, and it's a matter of just continuing the contract when we get the funding. But these are testing that we're required to do. We need to do anyway, so we will have to continue with the contract.
Okay. Okay, so, and then who's the contract with again?
The name.
Is it, are you working through Department of Health? Or
No, we're not. Because as you recall our discussion before, Department of Health is handling the mass testing. But these 3 types of tests we have to do we have to do it internally. So we contracted with an entity. I don't have the name right now, but we'll get it to you.
okay. And then as far as the overtime, I know you brought it up. And then when I look at table 13, the estimated overtime, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, as far as with general funds through all divisions is $18 million for actual in FY20.
Yes.
And then and then in the budget, it was a lot of requests to fund positions. So in FY21, it has a lower overtime count estimation. So you mentioned that you would have more overtime usage. So wouldn't FY21 be more, a lot higher in overtime cost estimation? Since you guys are asking for unfunded positions or to fund positions?
Right. At this point, it may be hard because of the COVID situation. We had a lot of staff we had experienced staff shortages at the facilities that were hit with COVID. So it might be higher. Well, we were projecting it will probably be the same or higher than FY20.
Yes, so that's my question is why in FY21 it's not higher? Are you assuming that the positions you're asking to get funded will be funded?
That's part of it. Is we're expecting it to be funded and we could fill those positions to reduce the staff shortage.
Okay, so that estimated amount in FY21 is based on positions being funded. and not an actual estimation if those positions are not funded.
So the projection for FY21 is based off of FY20, I was told.
Okay, but I was, if you know, it was a big part of your testimony on justifying the funding of positions. So let's say if the positions are not funded or did not receive funding, then what would be the actual estimation on the overtime cost for FY21?
Yeah, I would not have that. We would have to project that out, and we would have to get back to you on that question.
Okay, if you guys can project it out, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Peruso.
Sorry, I have a couple more questions, and these have to do with the relocation of OCCC. I've been reading the 2019 Better Outcome Safer Communities report, and I think the most important finding was that 74% of the people who are currently incarcerated are in on what we would call poverty crimes, things that used to be addressed by issuing citations and now they're felonies. So I'm wondering, you know, in your view, because it speaks to your request for more resources and also the relocation. I'm wondering how you think building more jails will address these kind of underlying issues that, in my view, create poverty and hence like this criminal behavior. Can you speak to that a bit? Like, what is your reasoning or thinking behind defending the need for OCCC or a relocation of OCCC?
So my position is that we're not building more jails. We're replacing an old, outdated jail that is in constant need of repair. So it becomes very expensive to maintain that facility. Also, when you look at new designs, new jails are more efficient. You would have less staffing. The current OCCC really don't have any programming space there because it wasn't designed that way. And I think from my personal view, it's the humanitarian aspect. Representative, I don't know if you ever toured OCCC behind the gates you have. So you've seen the conditions in there, and it really serves as what the picture of an old jail looks like. Yeah.
No, I understand that. So I just wanted to clarify that you are not opposed to decarceration, but that you're really looking for better facilities for the inmates. And an upgrade or updating of the current facilities is also possible, or that's not something that you think is worth pursuing?
Yeah, I don't know what the actual cost would be, but just maintaining that facility, is very costly.
Okay, and then
I'm sorry if I might. The OCCC was built in 1912, and since that time, it's been added on to hodgepodge. It's manpower intensive, so the staffing costs alone for that facility is more than double what like the FTC is, where they can hold 1,100 folks and do it for 200 and something bodies. Whereas the staffing at OCCC is, I believe, close to 400 or over 400. So it's not efficiently laid out. So a new facility would not only allow us to provide a better rehabilitative environment for the inmates that are there, but we have space then for programming, and we may have more successes. And we may also reduce the overall cost of operating a facility like OCCC.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that argument, and that's fair. I mean, are you willing to discuss relocation with community stakeholders? Because I feel like this is a community conversation that's happening, but I haven't seen the department in any of those conversations. So is this something that you'd be willing to discuss further?
I've been reaching out to community partners. I mean, we just had staff attend the neighborhood board this past week in IL.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and we have been reaching out. I think they've had several informational briefings, held at the stadium and other places throughout. But this was before my time, but I do recall seeing it in the paper, in the media.
Okay, maybe we could circle back around to that. Something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Chair. Director Otani, how are you this afternoon?
I'm fine, thank you.
Fine, thank you. I wanted to ask about how many inmates are we currently housing at the federal prison by the airport?
We're presently housing 28 prisoners there. We have a maximum use of 100. We're currently working with Warden Durr from the FDC to transfer post-positive inmates from Halava and from the Maui Community Correctional Center to fill up that 100 beds.
Okay. And how much is that costing the state?
The per day rate at the FDC, one second, we have that. $128 a day at the FDC.
Do you know at what? Do you know what at capacity the federal prison is at?
No, because we only allotted 100 beds. So the greater number we wouldn't know because we don't have access to those bed spaces.
Okay. My understanding is the federal prison is usually not at capacity. They're only housing about 5 to 10% actually of their capacity. Are you aware of any of that?
Well, we're aware that we're only allowed to park 100 inmates there at a time. With respect to the overall capacity, you have to talk to the Bureau of Prisons. We have tried to raise that number higher, and we'll continue to do so. But the FDC is a detention facility similar to a jail, so they're not set up to have like an infirmary. So the inmates that go there can't have long-term issues where they have to go out for doctor's appointments and things like that. So they're very restrictive as to what type of inmates they will accept there.
Mm-hmm. What would be the cost to build a new prison facility on Oahu?
Right, well, right now the new CCC price tag is over $500 million.
Have we considered actually, since the federal prison, my understanding is not at capacity, have we considered purchasing or leasing the federal prison instead of building a new facility?
That would be up to the Federal Bureau of Prisons. There were some inquiries made years ago, and it's our understanding, we're both new in these jobs, but it's our understanding that the Federal Bureau of Prisons needs Congress to approve the sale of the federal prison. And so I would have to refer you to the Hawaii's federal delegation, Washington delegation, to ask them to look into that matter. We could do little from this level here.
So the reason why I ask is just, over $500 million to build a new prison system is quite costly. I do think there is some need, but I'm just trying to find some cost saving measures to see if this could be another route to save the state some money. So mahalo.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, well, Representative Kobayashi, you had a question.
Yes. How quickly do you need this emergency appropriation for $6 million? There's a vacant corrections officer and medical positions.
This is DMO. We need the emergency appropriation before the close of this fiscal year, before June 30 of 2021.
No, but how quickly?
Yeah. We need it as soon as the legislature can appropriate because we are going to be short in payroll.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. We will take a short recess and allow Department of Public Safety to exit this hearing room and allow the next group to come in. But let's take a short recess and Albert and Matt, if you can hold off and letting the next group in, I wanted to thoughts. Thank you. will reconvene for our notice of informational briefing. This afternoon, we also have Department of Human Resources Development. Thank you very much. Director Wada, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the House Committee on Finance. My name is Riker Wada. I'm the Director for the Department of Human Resources Development, otherwise known as DHERD. I'm here today to present the department's budget request for the fiscal biennium 21 through 23. Before I begin with DHERD's testimony regarding the biennium budget, I would like to respectfully inform the committee that I will be unable to answer any questions related to collective bargaining or possible furloughs. Both are highly confidential matters and are there's currently litigation pending. First off, I'd like to introduce our management team for DHERD, our Deputy Director, Andrew Garrett, our Administrative Assistant, Erin Connor, our EEO Officer, Amanda Leves, is unfortunately not able to join us today, and so our Personnel Program Officer, Signy Nakayama, is on the call. Our Employee Staffing Chief, Patty Miyamoto Asato, our Employee Claims Chief, Jennifer Mori Kilby, our Labor Relations Chief, Allison Murakawa, our Employee Relations Chief, Debbie Nishiyama, and our Administrative Services Officer, Marianne Tashima, are all on this call. The mission statement of the Department of Human Resources Development is to attract and maintain a qualified and high-performing workforce within applicable fiscal and operational constraints. This includes recruitment activities for civil service positions, providing support for personnel actions that are necessary as a result of the state's fiscal status, classifying positions based on their duties and responsibilities, identifying and coordinating employee training and development opportunities, compensating employees at proper pay levels, assuring effective employer-employee relations, administering a variety of voluntary employee benefits, administering the state self-insured workers' compensation program for state employees, and ensuring a safe and healthy work environment. The impact of current statewide conditions, the current coronavirus pandemic has significantly changed the landscape of the workforce and DHERD. As a central personnel agency for the state executive branch, we've been working with the line departments to help them navigate the changes to ensure employee safety, health, wellness, and productivity. Issues we have been addressing include remote work environments, preventative measures to limit the spread of the illness in the workplace, leave policies, and the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, FFCRA requirements, employee benefits and financial relief measures, accommodation and compliance implications for COVID-19, enhanced opportunities for employees working remotely to access on-demand learning, as well as attend virtual training sessions. The department has no programs that receive federal funds. Our reports on the department's non-general funds pursuant to HRS 37-47 can be found in our written testimony at a link. DHERD's budget request has two significant budget requests for fiscal biennium 21 to 23. Number one, for HRD 102, we're requesting an addition of $307,775 in fiscal year 2022 and $635,350 in fiscal year 2023. And this is to address increasing workers' compensation claims costs. Workers' compensation is a statutory mandated benefit with penalties and fees assessed to employers, including the state, who do not timely pay their obligations. Also in HRD 102, we're asking for an addition of $275,000 in fiscal year 2022 to pay the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations for the increase in unemployment insurance benefits attributable to former state employees for all executive branch departments. And this excludes the DOE and the university, who receive separate UI appropriations from the legislature. The requested amount is based on a UI benefit cost that will not be covered by reimbursements by the CARES Act. Department programs were asked to be prudent and focused on their fiscal planning, so requests for additional resources were limited to fixed costs and entitlement expenses. We're aware of the challenges ahead and remain committed to work with the legislature to seek solutions to effectively balance short and long-term priorities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and provide information, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? No, nobody has any questions. So congratulations, Director. You're the only department where must have done a thorough job. Nobody has any questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee. Have a
Okay,
happy
so
new
you
year.
better leave before anybody have questions. So why don't we take a short recess before we allow the next department? I think it's because they're super excited about asking tons of questions for the Department of Transportation. So, okay, we'll take a short recess. Thank you, dear. reconvene for our last department for the day, Department of Transportation. Thank you very much, Director Butai. I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and honorable members of the House Committee on Finance. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present the Department of Transportation's budget request for fiscal biennium 2021 to 2023. The Department of Transportation strongly supports the executive budget, which appropriates funds for the DOT's operating and capital improvement programs. In the governor's budget for fiscal biennium 2021 to 2023, we respectfully request for your support to fully fund DOT's budget. For expediency, my discussion will focus on three areas, namely, what is the department's mission and major functions of its division in serving its customers? And what is the department's current staffing and vacancies in meeting that mission? Number two, what is the major lesson learned during the pandemic and any structural or budgetary shift that more effectively meets our mission? And what are the highlights of requested changes in our fiscal biennium budgets? My discussion is supported in our submitted tables 1 to 18 for each of our division, together with divisions narratives, which you have requested. This afternoon, we have DOT's 4 deputies, Lynn Araki Reagan of Admin, Ross Higashi of Airports, Derek Chow of Harbors, and Ed Snippen of Highways, and staff in our divisions also virtually attending this hearing to answer any of your detailed questions as needed. The overall mission of the Department of Transportation is to provide a safe, efficient, accessible, and sustainable intermodal transportation system that ensures the mobility of people and goods and enhances and/or preserves economic prosperity and the quality of life. In this pandemic, this has meant ensuring the lights stay on, keeping the public safe, and putting people to work. Despite the difficulties faced, the department has continued to keep all 3 divisions, airports, harbors, and highways, operating and available for everyone's use. Our customers are basically all the residents and tourists in the state, as well as the state, county, and federal agencies who we work with. Everyone relies on the state's infrastructure, so we must keep our facilities open and running. Doing so during this difficult time has prevented additional disruption from affecting the already troubled state economy. The statewide airport system, which consists of 5 primary airports and 10 smaller airports that serve primarily propeller-driven commercial and general aviation traffic, serving both commercial and general aviation. The airports division mission is to provide an airport system that reflects the unique spirit of Aloha and connects Hawaii to the world. The customers of airports are air travelers from state and out of state, airlines, food and beverage, and retail concessionaires, rental car companies, the state employees, and the general public, including federal agencies such as Custom Border Patrol, Transportation Security Administration, and Federal Aviation Administration, among others. The statewide system of commercial harbors consists of 10 harbors and 6 islands. The system plays a vital role in Hawaii's economy as the ports serve as the primary means for goods to enter and exit the state. As you may know, an estimated 80% of all goods consumed in Hawaii are imported, of which 99% of imported goods arrive through the commercial harbor system. Hawaii's residents heavily depend on its commercial harbor system, and a disruption of ocean transport services will severely impair the state's economy. The Harbor's division mission is to effectively improve and manage a commercial harbor system that facilitates safe and efficient operations of commercial cargo, passenger, fishing, and other commercial maritime related services, and support activities within the state of Hawaii, which serve to sustain and enhance the state's economic prosperity and quality of life. Customers are comprised of all commercial harbor users in Hawaii, including cruise lines, commercial cargo operators, fishing and other commercial maritime related services, maritime users, wholesale retail businesses, medical facilities, schools, restaurants, and the hospitality industry, and federal agencies such as the U.S. Coast Guard, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, among others. Highways Division accounts for only 22% of the total centerline miles of highway and roads, but the state highway system carries approximately 50% of the total 22.42 million annual vehicle miles traveled in Hawaii. The segments of the state highway system that experience the highest freight volumes can transport over 20,000 trucks per day. By connecting communities and carrying high volumes of vehicles and freight, the state highway system enables the efficient movement of commuters and goods statewide. The mission of the Highways Division is to maximize available resources to provide a safe, efficient, accessible, and sustainable state highway system that ensures the mobility of people and goods and supports economic vitality and livability. In short, highway works to improve the connections between our communities to improve quality of life in Hawaii. The state highway system provides mobility for over 1.4 million Hawaii residents, including a civilian labor force of approximately 680,000 people, over 8 million visitors, and over 32 million tons of freight each year. The General Administration mission is to provide program leadership and staff support services by formulating policies and plans, directing operations, allocating resources, and other administrative services. The General Administration helps the 3 divisions in the department, airports, harbors, and highways. It also works with federal agencies such as the U.S. Census Bureau, FAA, U.S. Department of Transportation, among others, state agencies such as the Governor's Office, BNF, Attorney General's Office, DAGS, DHERD, Department of Health, to name a few, employee unions, legislators, and county agencies and officials. The current position ceilings for DOT consist of 2,807 for O&M plus 53 CIP positions, totaling 2,860 positions department-wide, of which 2,222.25 FTE are filled and 637.75 are vacant as of November 30, 2020. DOT's overall vacancy rate is 22.3%. Almost all positions are special funded. And Airports Division has a total position ceiling of 1,432, 1,145.25 FTE filled, and 286.75 vacancy with a vacancy rate of 20%. Harbors Division has a position ceiling of 270. 236 position filled with and 34 vacancy. Vacancy rate of 12.6%. Highways Division has a position ceiling of 270, or excuse me, 1,044. 755 positions filled and 289 vacant positions. Vacancy rate of 27.7%. Administration Division has a position ceiling of 114. 86 positions filled and 28 vacant, or 24.6% vacancy rate.
Director Butai, let me stop you there. I understand one of your deputies has to leave at 3 p.m. So I wanted to give some time for the members just in case they have questions for the Highways Division. We have your written testimony. So is there a certain portion that you would like to highlight and wrap up in the next few minutes?
Well, I'll just say that, during the pandemic, the department has learned how to maintain critical infrastructure and services while adapting to the new paradigm of increased health and safety measures and sudden decline in revenues. We have prioritized the following. First, continuing operations under the pandemic. Second, complying with security, safety, and environmental standards. Third, supporting commerce by facilitating the flow of goods and services. And fourth, pushing forward with high priority CIP projects. And moreover, our every division has risen to the challenge of this pandemic, whether through accomplishing our mission through remote work, stepping up and helping DLIR with unemployment claims by filling a short-term need to contact returning residents and visitors with the quarantine, using our facilities for search testing, assisting with the enhanced verification process at the airports, and ensuring that all of our facilities are sanitized, distributing masks to all employees, handling the repatriation of passengers during the suspension of cruise ship operation, and now assisting the AG's office with the COVID exemption applications after working hours, and supporting DOH with the use of Tier 2 for the vaccination program. Many of our employees have stepped up with duties outside their normal assignments. These efforts and sacrifices reaffirm our employees' commitment to public service and our communities.
Okay, thank you. So what we will do is we'll take up questions if members have any questions for the Highways Division, and we'll allow the Highways deputy to excuse himself, and then we can take questions of airports, harbors, and general administration. Okay, so any questions for Highways? Representative Peruso, followed by Wildberger.
So I have 3 questions. The first is, and it's possible that your deputy director may be best suited to answer this question, but I was wondering if you have decided to cancel the $13.5 million pedestrian bridge against which there is so much opposition in my community. Is that still moving forward?
Aloha, Chair, members.
Aloha.
The answer is no. We're moving forward with the project.
That's good to know. Second question is, when is your expected start date for the promised repairs to Kamehameha Highway that I'm sure you're aware of what I'm talking about?
Yes, so it's not just promised, it was delivered. We advertised the project. It was protested twice. So the delays I'm just responding. There's 2 delays that came out. There was 1 protest that came in initially. We upheld the protest. After we upheld it, the person that lost the project also protested. So we're stuck in the protest process. It's about a month long. We won't have a date for us to push it out until we understand how we clear it. So as soon as we have that date, we'll get it out to the community.
Okay, so I thought you meant like actual protests, but you meant bid protests.
Protests, yes.
Okay, that was surprising. And then my final question has to do with the highway funds and vehicle registration. So I'm wondering if you guys have any estimation of the amount that the state is losing by exempting all active military personnel and their spouses from payment of vehicle registration fees.
The last time we looked at it, it was about $250,000 to $300,000 on that reduction.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wildberger, followed by Representative Tan.
Aloha, thank you all for being here today. How delightful to be able to talk to Deputy Director Sniffen one more time about our community's desire for a pedestrian underpass in our community, where you will not build one, and putting in infrastructure in a community where they don't want one. You continue to offhandedly sort of throw around a figure of $30 million as a cost for a pedestrian underpass for the Kihei High School under Pi'ilani Highway, where there is existing bridge infrastructure. A quick Google to Safe Routes to Schools, a program and entity that your own Department of Transportation uses and espouses regularly in communities, outlines that pedestrian underpass cost would go between $500,000 and $4 million. So could you give us an outline or a specificity about where you get $30 million to do a pedestrian underpass under an existing bridge, please?
Absolutely. So as we had spoken to the community about, and as we've spoken to the Land Use Commission about, those underpasses were designed specifically for hydraulic openings. In our hydraulic study, it indicates that the hydraulic opening will take up to the 100-year flood, which would require, which would only leave a 3-foot headspace between the top of the flood and the bottom of the deck. In order for us to put pedestrians in that area, we have to make it safe. There's no way I can put pedestrians in a floodway. So we'd have to either modify the existing structure, either raise it or modify it to ensure that I could put somebody below it safely and efficiently. Or I have to widen the hydraulic opening to ensure that I could put pedestrians under that area. In general, when we start looking at the structural adjustments that are necessary to an existing structure, it's about $30 million.
I'm muted. Tina, you're muted.
I wouldn't mind receiving an estimate for that, a written estimate to share with the community.
Will do.
Much obliged.
Thank you very much. We also have a question from Representative Tam.
Thank you so much. My question is about the Pi'ikoi Freeway entrance closure between 3 and 6 o'clock. Was that to solve the traffic on the freeway again, or was that to solve the traffic on Pi'ikoi?
It's on the freeway. So it's not just a congestion relief measure, it was also a safety one. When we start looking at those entrances on the freeway, and if you look at our system in general, our system has way too many entrances way too close together. What happens when we have that is a lot of weaving on the highway system itself. Not only does it cause congestion, but that weaving causes safety issues in those areas. So we tried to see how we could resolve it. The best way we could do it was to close that Pi'ikoi on-ramp during that 3 to 6 p.m. timeframe. When we did the studies to show how it impacted things, it saved 5 to 10 minutes on the highway system itself and eliminated the weaving that occurred when people were jumping on and trying to get across the 2 lanes. We also looked at the side streets to see what kind of impacts there were there. We could see no discernible increase in congestion or delay on the side streets. So we decided to do that.
Okay, because I drive on that a lot, and quite frankly, I don't see any improvement into the traffic. In fact, it causes more traffic into the surrounding neighborhoods. And many of the neighborhood board members have expressed the same feelings that I'm expressing right now. My next question is going back to the military car exemption. What are your thoughts or the administration's thoughts on repealing it so that we can generate some funds for the Department of Transportation?
I would not be against it.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from any of the members? Representative Kobayashi.
Could you remind me again what you mean by special maintenance? It seems that you're the only department that uses that term.
So special maintenance or SMP funds are used for projects that are not necessarily CIP. In the CIP language, we got to make sure that we have a project that will last the 20-year horizon. Special maintenance are for larger projects that are over and above normal operational fixes, like the potholes and the like. It's like it's more in the range of fixing and the like. Yeah.
All right. What's your fund balance for highways?
The highway fund, the special maintenance or the special fund itself?
No, your total budget, not for special maintenance.
Total budget in general, we try to live within the means at 280 or so million that we get from our revenues. This year, we know we're going to get 20%.
What balance do you have?
At the end of every fiscal year, we try to balance out the 30 million. We're around that 30 to $35 million range at the end of every fiscal year. We keep that range because that allows us to keep our operations moving throughout the year. If we go below 30 million at the end of the year, there's times that we end up without funding for a little while as we wait for the funds to come in from DOTAX. So that 30 million balance allows us to keep operations moving, that cash flow that required to keep us moving throughout the year.
Okay, so it's about 30 million on a regular basis, year after year.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for Highways Division? If not, thank you very much, Deputy Director Sniffen. We will excuse Deputy Director Sniffen, and we will also now take questions for airports or harbors or general administration. Thank you. Any questions? No, nobody has any questions for the other section. Okay, I guess they just wanted to hear from highways. Okay, if not, this concludes, if nobody has any last minute question, if not, thank you very much. This concludes our hearing. Thank you very much to the members and thank you to the public for joining us today. This concludes our hearing. Aloha.
Thank you.